We're back at it, yo. Revisiting this project that's kind of kicking my ass at the moment. The piano implementation, the virtual piano implementation, is kind of problematic right now. It's acting kind of funny. When I launched the piano, the virtual piano, from the quiz page, it plays just fine. However, when I launch it from the virtual piano card on the landing page, let me show you all, which is this right here. From this card, I get no sound from local MIDI or external MIDI. Even though we have an initialize audio and MIDI button here, it just doesn't freaking want to play. So we're trying different things right now to see how we can get the first of all just a local MIDI. If that could play, that would be the first step. Then we'll try to get the IAC driver to work. So for the IAC driver, what I do is I have an external MIDI source, this right here, the Roly. So this is a sound device. So once you hit it, it produces different sounds. There's my Roly. There we go. So I got an acoustic piano loaded here. So here, I don't know if you guys can hear this. So that's the MIDI device that's supposed to be triggered when the IAC driver is selected. And right now it's giving me zilch, it's giving me nothing. So that's where we are. That's where we are. We're trying to get this. So for those of you who are wondering what IAC drivers are, okay, Right. So IAC driver basically it's a protocol that allows devices to communicate with each other. So it stands for Inter Application Communication Device. It's basically it's a Mac only protocol. So that allows you to interconnect. Although I'm running the MIDI device on the same machine, I got to stop this upspeak thing. Everybody's upspeaking these days. It is so freaking annoying. Everybody ends their sentences like they're asking a question. So we do this, and then we do this. Da 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 da. It's so freaking annoying, and I'm catching the bug as well. So the the Windows equivalent. What is the equivalent? So the Windows IC equivalent is a loop B1 or loop MIDI. So these are two Windows equivalents to IAC. Cool. All right. So there seems to be an issue with permissions. Let's see, localhost. Let's remove, change. So the input MIDI device, I see. Okay, all the MIDI interfaces are declared here. Okay, it looks good. Default MIDI states, give me the context state, IC device. That's correct, that's false. That means local MIDI selected here. Okay, check if MIDI is available. So it declares it here, cons. MIDI is available, MIDI service, and okay. Request MIDI access directly, MIDI contacts. That's good. Yo, what up, dude? I am revisiting my first project from last year. My first vibe coding project before it was called vibe coding. That was in November last year. So I'm revamping it, but I'm having an issue with the MIDI drivers, MIDI, local MIDI, and the IAC drivers to trigger external sounds and stuff like that. So that's what I'm working on. You good? What are you up to? Cool, cool, cool. Well, welcome to the stream, bro. So we got a declaration here. Okay, page refresh of device list when external MIDI mode is enabled. But this there's an issue here. So when I switch to oh, cool. Yeah, I tried messing around with some games, and yeah, I kind of put that aside because I made a couple of games before. You know, I had a couple of teams. I had a company. I had a team in Pune, India, a few years back, and we made some games. And then, yeah, the whole story is basically we were offered some money, you know, as a buyout. Yahoo, I don't know if you remember Yahoo, the search engine. So they wanted to buy it. So, you know, they kind of lowballed us. It was like, nah, we're this is our offer, so we stand on it. So I told the guys, you know, the guys were like, yo, we should take the offer. That's a really good offer. I'm like, nah, they're gonna call us back. So anyway, they never did. So they never called us back. So that was a big L. Then I had another team in Calcutta. We did some stuff. We created some. That was just one game that I also abandoned because then I was sinking money into the project and things were not going according to plan. So yeah. So what kind of game you want to do? What kind of game you want to code? Send on off note. Right. So I guess it's going to be 3D, right? Yeah. Yeah, especially, I mean, if you're getting an M4, of course, it's got unified RAM, unified memory, so that'll be really good. But VRAM, GPU, uh, that's what you that's what you got to worry about, especially if you're going to render a lot of heavy assets. But I guess if you use the right tools, you can get away with it with 16 gigs of RAM. But it's still going to be challenging when you start building uh, worlds, very complex world. But if it's a small game, yeah, you'll be fine. Yeah, I think that should be enough. 10 gig, yeah, that should be plenty. All right, let's see. The console shows like initialized media on component mount messages being logged, but the available media input device and output still empty. Right, well, that's the problem. That is the problem, my friend. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I mean, the Mac architecture is very, very different for especially the new series, the with the M chips. You you don't really need crazy specs to do um, amazing things, to code amazing things. For instance, with the M4 chip with 32 gigs of RAM, you can do so much more than, let's say, a PC with 64 gigs of RAM, and probably a good graphics card with 32 gigs of RAM or 64, 128 gigs of RAM. That Mac is going to be a lot more efficient at managing its resources because the Mac architecture manages its RAM and resource allocation way better than Windows does. Because when the Windows architecture is just way too, there's too many middlemen. I mean, you have your UI, right? Yeah, you have your UI. Then your UI has to communicate with the Windows UI, then it has to communicate with its drivers, and then you have the DLL files. Then you have a lot of abstract things running in the background, whether it's a DLL to communicate with the graphics card, another DLL to communicate with this port, with the SATA port, another, to communicate with all these other uh, peripherals, and then you still have DOS in the background, kind of like a traffic cop, getting all that stuff together. And now DOS has to communicate with the also with the motherboard and everything, your sockets, your PCI ports, your USB ports, whether it's USB 2, USB 3, or if you have HDMI, if you have, uh, what's the other ports, VGA, or, these legacy ports. All these things are fighting for resources. There were so many things happening. But then Mac, the layers are heavily reduced when it comes to having all these DLLs and drivers communicating with each other. That's where you have a lot of conflicts. You have a lot of problems. But Mac, you don't have DLLs. You don't have all these stupid drivers. You can just launch your app. There's your UI. There's the Mac architecture. Of course, there's Unix running in the background. And then there's your hardware and RAM. That's it. It's like 4 or 5 layers where Windows, you have freaking 15 to, depends on what you're running. You can have as many as 20 freaking layers. And this is where you have a lot of communication issues. Shit breaks, blue screens and shit. That's why I don't really fuck with Windows that much anymore. Yeah, that's the thing. All these background processes kills you. But also remember, there's the registry, the Windows registry. At the at the core, it's a really good idea, right? It's a really good idea because it keeps a record of everything and anything you've ever done on your PC the minute you turn it on. That means at the factory, all right? They install DOS, your registry, okay, it keeps a record of that, or your CMOS. This is why, well, when you boot up your computer, right? I'm running Mac. I run Linux in a virtual machine. I also run Windows for certain things in a virtual machine. Um, but right now I'm just pure Mac. My MacBook Pro is I'm running Mac and my Mac Mini, so it's all Mac. And anything else that I want to run for testing purposes, it's in a virtual machine. So registry, right? It's a good idea, but what happens is whatever you do on your PC from the day you install your operating system or the way you wake up the machine, it keeps a record of everything. So over time, your registry gets so big, and every time you boot up, that's why it starts getting slower because it has to go through the registry and say, "Oh, you installed this thing when you first installed Windows 3 years ago. That record is still there." And you can't go in and start deleting stuff because that's where you run into problems, and you got to kind of fix the registry. But you got to know what you're doing. And you get into issues with the registry being bloated, which is why after a while you got to crash everything, reinstall from fresh. That way, your registry, instead of being millions of lines of stupid code, now you have a couple of thousands, and it bloats up again. It depends how heavy of a user you are. The registry is probably the best thing ever, and probably the worst thing at the same time. So when it comes to mission critical, nah, no Windows, Mac. Know what I mean? Now we sound like a couple of fanboys. Yeah. All right, boys and girls, if you're coming in, if you're joining us, welcome to the stream. If it's your first time here, welcome. If you've been here before, welcome back. And right now we got my boy, the Nintendo 504 in the chat. Always a pleasure to see you in the chat, brother. So don't forget, guys, you're coming into the stream, just throw us a like because the algorithm will push the stream to other people. They'll bring more people into the stream. So, more fun, the more the merrier. You know what I mean? So drop a like. Come on, don't be stingy. Oh, for sure. For that's why most, I would say 99% of studios, whether it's audio visual or, graphics, they mostly run Mac in some form or another, you know. And that goes all the way from iPhone to iPads to do some sketching or to do some hand drawing to MacBook Air, Mac Minis, MacBook Pro, Mac Studio, you know, the whole range. You cannot go wrong. Mac does what it does best when it comes to creativity, the creative sector, and a lot of mission critical stuff. Of course, a lot of gamers don't like Mac because the architecture don't allow you to play a bunch of games that are coded for the Windows architecture. But imagine if you could run, serious games on a Mac. I'm pretty sure you could. I guess you could use Rosetta, but it's not a one-to-one thing. You're gonna suffer some lag. That means you're not gonna have the right refresh rates. If you playing a game at 120 FPS, so I guess you could get higher frame rates now, but you don't want to play a game at freaking 12 frames per second or 24 frames per second. It would suck. So you got to get high frame rates. Yeah, I hear you, man. I'm pretty sure you buy every new iPhone that drops. You be standing in line trying to get the first drop, right? Tell me if I'm wrong. There you go. I know it. Well, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of like the game a lot of manufacturers play just to keep you on the hamster wheel, so to speak. You know what I mean? So you got to buy the new joint every freaking year. So yeah, it starts getting slow, but also the issue shit starts throttling down. And what do? You say, all right, fuck it, just throw it in that old phone drawer. I'm sure we all have one where you have all your old phones sitting in a drawer with the chargers and a bunch of USB cables, USB USB A, USB C. You know what I mean? And you end up with a bunch of you end up with a phone cemetery. You know what I mean? Hey, Flavian Cage, welcome to the stream, bro. Yeah. Well, yeah. Hey, man. If you could keep your phone for a couple of years, 2, 3 years, and then when you feel like it, because I think it should be a choice. You know what I mean? It should be a choice where you're not forced to upgrade because remember, I don't know how many years ago, but Apple was caught doing something really shitty where they would literally throttle your phone, your CPU, and you were forced to basically go and buy a new phone when I think they paid a fine over it. Don't quote me on that, but I think they paid a fine because they were caught um, throttling your phone because they wanted to push you to upgrade. Yep, there you go. Yeah, they did get sued, right? You remember how much they had to pay on that lawsuit? How much they? I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter because they're a $1 trillion company. These guys literally print money. So, but 100 mil. That's like it's $1,000 for me and you. You know what I mean? 100 mil for Apple is like $1,000 for me and you. It's like, psh, yeah, we'll pay that. It's pocket change. She 100 mil. That's what they spend on the free beverages they have on the Apple campus. Tell them it's a drop in the bucket. It's nothing. Guys, I'm not seeing the like count. Come on now. Give me a thumb up. Give me a like. Let's push the stream. We need more people up in here. Don't be stingy, guys. Drop a like. We got 8 viewers at the moment. Was it 7 or 8? Come on, we got it. Yeah, thank you. Who just like? Was that you? Was that you, bro? The Nintendo 504. Was that you who dropped a like? Yep. Come on, come on. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Stingy, bro. And that stuff is free. Come on, It is absolutely free. It's 100% free. But it's all good. So no pressure. If you feel like it, just drop a like, guys. If you're here chilling with us, if you have any questions, just come on. Right now we're talking about Max. We're talking about technology. So whatever you want to talk about, let's just let's have a little conversation. Let's chill, have a little convo, talk about geek out. So if it's about vibe coding, we're cool. If it's about AI in general, LLMs, technology in general, where are we going? With AI, AI coding assistants, vibe coding, and all that. Startups. What exactly do you guys want to talk about? It's all right. Just throw it in the chat, and we'll keep the conversation going. But to tell you the truth, a lot of people are I wouldn't say afraid, but they're reticent. They hesitate to get involved in AI, and AI is not going to replace us. You know, oh, is this the first time on Nintendo? Oh, for real? Well, I've been transitioning to do more of this because the first portion of the channel, because I wanted to concentrate on actually building. So this is why it was a silent sort of like build in public, a silent stream. Yeah, yeah, for sure. So now I guess I've vibe coded about 120 plus project live streams, not 100 plus projects. It's actually 16 projects. The goal is 20 by the end of the month, but I'm up to 16 now. So that's 6 months, 20 projects. So I wanted to concentrate on building. Now the build process is almost done. Then I'm going to transition to, you're going to see my face, full on camera, full on, audio, so we can talk about different things when it comes to building, in the age of AI. And of course, I agree with you, the Nintendo. It's going to enhance our output. You know what I mean? Because right now, you can literally get an army of agents to do certain things for you. So you don't have to waste a lot of time doing things like debugging or even writing the initial code. You still have to get your hands dirty to to make sure that your application is sound. You don't go from the development environment and then you push things to production. You still have to get things done to be production ready. If it's not production ready, you're just gonna get murdered. You're gonna get slaughtered. People are just gonna max out your API keys. If you don't know what you're doing, then you push your API key and it's your exposed API key, or you have so many vulnerabilities. But don't get me wrong, you're always going to have vulnerabilities. If it's man made, a man can break it. So you do have to be diligent. You have to do testing. You have to do intrusion, countermeasures. You have to have a contingency plan you have to have a backup. So in case you have an intrusion, you got to be able to block every other IP address from wherever in the world. Just basically, uh, just allow access to your IP address that you can troubleshoot. Because otherwise, you're going to get bombarded. If an army of bots are attacking you, for out of Lithuania. Sorry, I don't want to disparage Lithuania or anything. Out of some cave somewhere in the Caucasus Mountains, then you're going to be in a whole world of hurt, especially if you have paying clients who now cannot have access to your service or a service that they paid for. You know what I mean? Yeah, definitely. Got to have a kill switch. You know what I mean? You got to have a kill switch where you could say, oh, you know what? Let's just cut access to everybody. So then now you enter through the back door and then you fix whatever needs to be fixed. Because otherwise, you're going to get murdered. Yeah, it's important to have these contingency plans and to be able to create a development environment, a staging environment, and a production environment, and of course a testing environment as well. So you have to have these buckets where you go from development. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. You know, um, especially if you work, in high clearance or environment. If you work for the State Department or DOJ or mission critical things or aerospace, yeah, you can be sure the minute you even before you get fired, there's a protocol that's deployed to make sure that you cannot copy anything to your. First of all, that's standard practice. You can't just insert a USB drive and then copy files. That's done. You can't do that, first of all. But then you can't send out files. You can't send emails with attachments. There's all sorts of protocols. But then once they activate that little button that says, all right, this guy is shut out, here's a burn notice. Remember that show, Burn Notice? So here's your burn notice. That means you're cut out. Your key fob, your passwords, you know what I mean? Your access, your biometrics, iris scan, fingerprint, lockout. Persona non grata. That's what they call it. You're shut out. You're good. You're cooked. You're burned. Get the F out. No, I got it. I got what you meant. So you see, it's just a way to protect yourself, And the funny thing is, yeah, there you go. I mean, I'm not mad at him for doing that because you got to protect your assets. You got to protect your corporation because the corporation is bigger than anybody, even the person who owns the corporation, right? And this guy literally was pretty much made his company almost went bankrupt because he stole the code and he killed the whole company. Yeah, there you go. See, the thing is, let me tell you a story. All right, I I used to run this. I used to run my IT firm, so I was an IT consultant. So I run this company for about 10 years, and I sold it. So basically, a lot of the clients that I got, I remember my second client. The first client was a really It was a small job. They had issues with their servers, so I was called in to service. They couldn't access certain files, and then their SMB server, the Samba server, was crashing. So it was a Linux server. So they called me in. So as I was in the server room, I was fixing it. That particular company had a Japanese client, and then so the guy, they were giving him a tour, and then he happened to walk into the server room. So then he introduced himself. So I'm like, hey, how you doing? And then basically he says, oh, you're the IT guy. I said, well, this is here's my card. I gave him my card. I said, this is my company. I usually don't go on jobs because my guys were busy, so I had to come and take care of this thing here for my client, and it was a small job anyway. So he said, "Oh, cool. So can you? What else? What else can you do?" So well, I do forensic analysis and I can do data retrieval. And if the drive still spins, mechanical drives, not SSDs. If it still spins, I can do data recovery. If it doesn't spin, then we have to send it to a clean room, a data retrieval center. And I don't have a clean room, so I'd have to send it, and it costs. I think it was at the time $1,000 per gig, something like that. I mean, it's crazy stuff, right? So he asked me, well, I'm having a problem. My server and my hard drive still spin, but the problem was this was so funny. And this client ended up being one of my biggest clients. So basically, what had happened was he had a general manager that basically took care of his company. So they had a falling out. This general manager, before anyway, he got fired. Long story short, he got fired. So before he left, he copied all the client data, all the freaking database, all the client that this guy had basically built, names, addresses, emails, phone numbers. So this dude, he wiped the freaking server. He wiped all the files out. So this Japanese client, well, he wasn't my client then. He was like, "Is there anything you can do?" I'm like, "Well, I can take a look. I'm going to be here till later today. I got another thing to do, but I can come by your office tomorrow." He said that would be awesome. Anyway, we exchanged cards, and the next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, I'm at his establishment, his office. So showed me to the server room. So I run in, and then I had my little tools, my little thumb drive, and then plugged into the terminal, and I run a little bit of a scan to see what's going on. And he says, is it possible to retrieve the information? And of course, I didn't want to tell him, yeah, it's a walk in the park, it takes me 5 minutes. And of course, you got to kind of milk it a little bit, you know what I mean? Uh, no, I don't mind you asking at all. This happened in, I believe it was 2010, 2012. Yeah, 2010, 2012. So then, dude, he was like, yeah, see what you can do. I'm like, all right, cool. So I ran my little thing, and I scanned the data drive, and then I saw the node tree. I saw the folder structure, and that's weird. Hopefully, it's not the same case I'm talking about. It might. No, I probably not. This guy is, unless your guy was a Japanese guy. That was a Japanese company. So then I run the thing, and then what I did is basically I retrieved one folder, right, and then I retrieved it and save it to an external thumb drive, and then I called him over. I said, all right, cool. So It took me I don't know, a whole of probably 10 minutes, right? Because you can actually, as you scan, you start populating, what you can see. Then you could choose to export certain things. So I exported a folder and I showed it to him. I say, is this one of the file you were missing and stuff? It was like, yeah, this is it. That's one of them. I'm like, all right, great. So can you get everything? I'm like, well, I could probably retrieve 80 to 90% of stuff because you don't want to over promise and under deliver. You under promise, then you over deliver. So I ended up basically, of course, I know I could retrieve 100% of the files. And then, of course, so he was like, okay, how much is that going to cost me? So then I was like, well, we can have the conversation right now. So then I sat down with him, boys and girls. I sat down with him. I said, well, this is I'll do you a solid. All right. This is usually how much I charge for this type of service, but for you, I'm going to do something special. I'm going to reduce the cost 50%. But then we're going to sign a contract. You're going to have me on a retainer, so I'm going to manage your whole infrastructure. That means uh, whatever you need done, okay, I'm here for you. So what I'll do is I'll set up remote access to your server and your workstations, and I'll set up something for you as well from your station. You can monitor all your workers. So he was, oh, we can do that. I'm like, of course. So excellent. So basically, set up remote access. So every time, so we had a maximum number of site visits per month. So if you have any problems, you can't print, or this station is down, whatever, don't call me for every little thing. Put a list together, call, and then raise a ticket. That way, if we can fix it remotely, we do. That's part of the service. If it's not fixable remotely, then I send somebody to go and fix it. Then, if it's mission critical, then of course somebody has to go there. But then we have four. Then, if you use these four free site visits, then you pay a certain fee for the site visit. Plus, you got to pay the retainer fee monthly. So that's pretty much how uh, I ended up landing this client. And he referred me to other clients and so on and so forth. And the business was really successful for about 10 years. Oh, all right, cool. Yeah, send it, bro. Yeah, definitely. So that's a little story time for you when it comes to create an environment where your employees can't mess with your data. So you got to have a kill switch. You got to have a back door, and you got to stay on top of your security. If not, you were sitting duck. You're vulnerable to all sorts of intrusions and penetrations and DDoS, denial of service, all sorts of things. And again, that ties into vibe coding, because when you're vibe coding and you don't take these precautions, yeah, you're gonna get slaughtered. You're gonna get murdered. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, it'd be crazy if it's the same if it's the same case, because that would be crazy. But yeah, that type of stuff happen more often than you think, though, especially if you're careless with your security. Your infrastructure has to be, I mean, ironclad, so to speak. But there's always going to be vulnerabilities, and that's why you got to stay on top of things. You got to do regular audits. You got to do regular security patches. You got to do a lot of testing, and of course, if you can afford it, have a crack team of specialists who are basically tasked to try to break into your system and then find the holes and patch them. That's the best way. Yeah. So we're still having this issue here with the keyboard not initializing, which is kind of frustrating, but it's part of the journey, guys. I mean, I got this question in the Discord server. This guy is, why do you do these long uh, streams? Right. Well, I guess sign of the times. They when did they release that episode? By the way, do you know when was the release date? I guess now it's it's relevant. So you're trying to cash in, I guess. Yeah, I was saying the the question that I had received in the Discord server is, why do you do such long ass live streams? And basically, my response was, well, it's the reality. It's life. It's just the way. It's just the way things go in real life. It's not a bunch of fast cuts, 10, 15 minutes, then you build an app. So I wanted to show the real process, the frustrations, especially with an AI coding assistant, the frustrations, me cursing out the AI, me basically dropping F bombs and calling the AI all sorts of names when it messes up. That's the reality of it. It's just to show you the what goes in behind the scenes, under the hood, so to speak. So it's not pretty. It's not all one prompt and then you're making $10,000 a month or $100,000 a month with your SaaS. It doesn't happen that way. If somebody tells you that, well, it's a stupid to do app or a calendar app. It's nothing worth $10,000 a month. It's just they're lying to you. So to show you the real process, to show you the real grind, which is why I sit here sometimes for 8, 10, 12 hours to do this thing in real time to show you exactly what's involved. You got to make sacrifices to get what you want. It's not easy. AI makes it easier, but at the same time, it's not a silver bullet. It's not an end all be all. It's just another tool. And the tools are getting better. From my first session back in November last year with Windsurf, and then to Cursor, then to Klein, Rue Klein, a bunch of other, to Trey AI, to Augment Code, to Zed, to a bunch of different things. You see the progression within such a short span of time. The advancement that was achieved is worlds apart from what was available just 6 months ago, 5 months ago. It's crazy. It's amazing. AI sometimes wants me to throw myself out of the window. Oh, yeah, I hate when people put shit like that. They post 10,000 or 1 million per month if you make this project. Yeah, I'm like, please, MFer. Yeah, you didn't say that, but that's what I'm saying. Please, MFer. If you're gonna make $1 million a month to make a SaaS project, you wouldn't be posting on YouTube, Yeah, exactly. Yo, yeah. I mean, a lot of it is clickbait as well. You know what I mean? And, and but also on the flip side, those guys are giving guys who are actually making the real money a bad name as well. Because now, even if you actually make that type of money and you post it, there's a level of skepticism that will people will give you the side eyes. Are you really making that kind of money, or are you just clickbaiting, or are you just one of those, you know, vibe coding guys who claim you're making $10,000 a month, where and it's not true. you know, yeah, that's right. And It's yeah, it's funny because you're gonna get these kind of stories, and the funny thing is where we're going. We're heading in that direction where you'll see a trillion dollar company run by one person, and this is based on a very simple principle, right? I'm pretty sure you're familiar with it. Let me just post something here. Yeah, definitely. But also, remember, a lot of guys are producing fake receipts, fake bank dashboards to show you, their revenue, and also even the ones who are actually not lying per se, they do inflate the real numbers in the sense, let's say, okay, I made $10,000 this month. Okay, well that's revenue, right? What is the profit margin? Okay, you might have generated $10,000, but how much did you have to spend to make those $10,000? And then let's say ad spent, they might have spent $15,000 in ads or $20,000 in ads, but so you didn't really make $10,000. You lost $10,000 because if you spent 20 and then you say you earned 10,000. No, you did not. You still lost 10,000 because customer acquisition is very expensive. So when they say stuff like that, you say, well, okay, out of that 10,000, how much did you take home? How much did you pocket? And that's the number one question. And they'll tell you, well, we didn't really make anything. So you didn't make $10,000. Basically you're lying. So stop it. So check this out, right? Can you guys see this? Okay, skill of rolling. Okay, are you guys familiar with the Fibonacci sequence? Okay, who's heard of the Fibonacci? If you've heard of the Fibonacci sequence, put a one in the chat. If you have not, put a two in the chat. Don't Google it first, though. If you really haven't heard about it, just put a two. If you've heard about the Fibonacci sequence, put a one. All right, cool. So the Fibonacci sequence it's a sequence of numbers that the very principle of what we're experiencing right now is founded on that very same principle. The Fibonacci sequence dictates that any single number is the sum of the two previous numbers. Yeah. For instance, if you look at, let me bring your attention to the screen right now. Can you see this, or do you want me to blow it up a little bit more? Let me see if I can blow that up. Is that better? So here it is. So the Fibonacci sequence. So then this is how it goes, right? See, 0 and 1 equals 1. 1 and 1 plus 2. 2 plus 1 equals 3. 3 plus 2 equals 5. 5, 3 is 8. 8, 5, 13. 13, 8, 21. 21, 13, 34, and so on and so on. So you see, so it's an exponential growth. It's not, you don't double or triple uh, your basic position, meaning your current number. It grows exponentially, and this is what we're seeing. Excuse me. And it's the same principle. When we were talking about RAM earlier, right? The Nintendo 504. When we were talking about RAM earlier, if you look at RAM, right? RAM Sims. What are the numbers? Do you know we can go as far back as when RAM was super expensive and it was we didn't have gigabytes. Well, we have megabytes. So you can have an 8 megabyte chip. You can have 16, right? You can have 32, 64, 128, 512, 1024, which is 1 gig, uh, and so on and so forth, right? So you see how the Fibonacci sequence works. So this is what we're seeing now in AI, in the AI world. Whatever progress that was made a month ago, next month it's not going to be double. It's going to be equal to the sum of the progress that was made last month and the month before. Therefore, it's compounded. Therefore, your exponential growth will be astronomical, which is why we're moving so fast when it comes to AI. When you see when ChatGPT dropped, think about it. Just as little as 5 years ago, nobody had heard about ChatGPT, or AI wasn't part of the daily conversation where mainstream media is talking about it. Congress is having hearings on AI, and on GPUs, on LLMs. It's crazy. So the level of progress that's being made at this particular point in time, it's the Fibonacci sequence in action, where things are going to be accelerated. Progress is going to be made at breakneck speed, and it's going to be things that we never imagined possible. All of a sudden, is possible, and this is the Fibonacci sequence in action. All right, so a little bit of backstory. So Fibonacci. Fibonacci is his full name is or was Leonardo of Pisa. If you've heard the word Pisa, that means you've been to Italy. So the Tower of Pisa, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, that's where that came from. So Pisa is his last name, and I guess he's from Pisa. Was an Italian mathematician born in 1170 and is best known for introducing the Fibonacci sequence to the Western world through his book Liber Abaci, published in 1202. The sequence itself, which starts with 0 and 1 and continues with each subsequent number being the sum of the two preceding ones, has significant application in various fields, including mathematics, computer science, and nature. Fibonacci's work helped to popularize the Hindu Arabic numeral system in Europe, which is the decimal system we use today. So you see, its application is far and wide. Even computer science, which is what I just talked about, where everything grows exponentially. So every number is, uh, equals the sum of the two previous numbers, which is depicted right here. So 1 plus 1, 2, 2 plus 1, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, etc., etc. So it's quite fascinating that this observation was made back in 1170. That's in the 10th century. It's quite astonishing, really. It's amazing. Well, we still here, guys. What, what do you guys want to talk about? Let's go. Shoot. Ask away. Any questions? Vibe coding, computers, philosophy, life, whatever you want to talk about. Let's go. Right. So, for a little bit of comparison, I'm right now going to, okay, here's the Fibonacci sequence. Here's just little story time about Fibonacci. Fibonacci, you got to say with an Italian accent. And the hand gesture. Fibonacci. 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 Mangiare la pizza. Mangiare, mangiare. Ma che cazzo voi? Ma che cazzo, che cazzo? I don't really speak Italian, but I grew up with a lot of Italians. Or as we say, Italians. A lot of Goombas. Fratellos. All right, for a little bit of comparison, let me show you guys. So what you were seeing now is essentially a revamped version of the app. Let me show you the very first iteration of mquiz that was done in Python. Let me just do this real quick. Mquiz. Da, 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 da. Let's throw this in here. Trust. Thank you very much. Do, 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 do. All right, let's disable a couple things right here. Restart. Cool. So let's clear term, and I believe this was done in the feature list was crazy. It was a bit ambitious, but again, I always do a markdown file where I can keep track of the development process so it doesn't run away from you. So what I'll do here is where's my run command? Run command, test, to do, intervals and skills, test.py, roadmap, requirements. Okay, I believe run app.py. Alrighty. Right. So install our dependencies. We've got the requirements for our Virtual Studio Code. Accept protocol has been modified. Accept modification. Thank you very much. All right, let's upgrade pip. It's an older version. Upgrade pip. We are good to go. Let's clear the terminal. Clear term, and there's nothing's running. Okay, let's clear that as well. I like my terminals nice and clean. All right, run command. Okay, yeah, there's a dependency missing. Socket IO is not installed, so we're gonna do that right now. Socket IO, run the command. Thank you very much. Let's activate the environment. And I thought these were installed, but clearly I was wrong. I was mistaken. So we're installing the requirements. It seems like the virtual environment is not being activated correctly. Let's try again. Let's try that again. 1, 2, 1, 2. No module. Okay, Mito or Mito. It's not being used correctly. Okay, let's deactivate the virtual environment. In fact, do 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 do. 3,000. All right, cool. Yeah, okay. Let's proceed. The proceed. Proceed. That is so freaking weird. This ran flawlessly yesterday. I believe it's a. Oh, there we go. What port is that? Port 8,000, not 3,000. So let's change the port here to 8,000. Proceed. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. It's it says it's running on port 8,000, but it's showing port 3,000. All right, there we go. So 8,000 it is. I see that the port is hard coded to 8,000 in the app.py. So I need to change this to 3,000. Good. Because that's usually the port. I try to keep the ports consistent. So I like to run things, uh, run servers on port 3,000, web on 3001. If there's an admin dashboard, either the same port or I run it on 3002. So just keep it consistent. That way, when I launch things, I don't have to fumble around trying to set ports. Okay, allow. Thank you very much. Okay, that's so weird. Let's proceed, proceed, proceed. The app is now running on port 3000. All right, let's see here. Well, look at here, look at here. What are we running into? Port 3000. All right, good. Let's kill this process. Let's Python run app.py. There's no run, it's actually Python app.py. Port 3000. Okay. Let's follow the link. Warning, because there's no SSL certificate. Yes, accept and continue. Thank you very much. There we go. So we're up and running. So this was the very first app that I had vibe coded before the phrase was coined. Before they started calling it. I think what's his name who coined the phrase vibe coding, coined by question mark. Let's try this right here. Da, 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 da. Vibe coding was coined by Andre Karpathy, a co-founder of OpenAI and former AI leader at Tesla. So you see, the phrase was coined in Feb 2025, and I started vibe coding in November last year, November 2024. It wasn't called vibe coding. We were just messing around with AI um, assistants to get things together, to spin uh, vast amounts of lines of code that was, for the most part, trash, just completely useless. And there were zero context. You basically do something at line 12, and by the time you reach line freaking 50, the LLM was like, duh, what do I do now? So it was just stupid. Of course, I went through all the frustration of dealing with all that crap. Windsurf, Cursor, then Klein, RuCline, that it was called, and then RuCode. Then, uh, what was it called? Uh, Copilot, one of those things. And it was just trash. But then it was something that was magical, something that was impossible just a few months prior. All of a sudden, you could just launch your IDE and say, hey, this is just in plain, simple old language. You could say, hey, this is the idea. This is what I need to do. Can you help me? Certainly, of course. It was as the AI agents were as eager as you were. Wow, this is possible. But then you've quickly realized it was pretty much unusable. You could not come up with anything remotely complicated. So, which is why this thing right here, MQuiz, um, I went through a lot with it because for the most part, because remember, we couldn't feed the AI an image or a screenshot to say, this is what I need. So, even designing this interface was trial and error. You know what I mean? Uh, Tailwind CSS. Then I introduced glass morphism, Shad CN, and of course, Tailwind CSS, which is your CSS, wrapper. So that became the thing. So this is why you see this gradient here. It's through Tailwind CSS and Shad CN and the drop shadow, sort of like this thing appears to be floating. So a lot of iterations, a lot of headaches, a lot of f bombs. I'm working on a compilation of to show you the journey from November last year uh, to date. I don't know when I'm gonna finish it yet, but right now I'm up to 120 plus uh, live coding sessions. So I want to talk about the journey, what I've learned, and best practices, my tech stack, and how to spin things real fast. Because doing this, I've probably done this, a couple of hundred times. Say, okay, I want to do something in Next.js with React Native, Node.js, and Expo. And I could spin things, in really minutes because I've done it so many times. So I have a workflow that actually works now, but also I have a boilerplate, so I can say, all right, cool. This is sort of like where I need to go. So there's a starting point, whether it's there's a landing page, there's an admin panel to for your to manage your application, whatever. Then you have an iOS and an Android, React Native hook that you could deploy, um, as standalone apps and the app stores. So I could literally take that boilerplate and say, you know what? All right, this is the name of the project. I need you to basically to refactor the whole project. And this is the name of this new project. Use this boilerplate and make sure all the files refer to that project. And therefore, you're able to spin things. It's not perfect, but 90% of the job will be done for you if you have a boilerplate where you just have to go and rename certain things, refactor certain things to fit the current project. As long as it's in the same vein, you're one step ahead of the game. So, which this is I was able to accomplish over the past 6 months to create a workflow. Excuse me. To create a couple of boilerplates in my tech stack to create a workflow that'll work for pretty much any type of project. So they're going to be available on the GitHub repo and the Discord as well. So there's going to be a couple of blog posts. So I'm launching a blog as well and a newsletter so we can keep the conversation going about because things are going to get crazy. It gets better from here on out. It's only going to get better. It's only going to get faster. And just if you want to get involved in the game, this is it. This is the ground floor right now. This is like the dot com when it started back in the 80s and the 90s, the bust and all that. So this is where we are now with AI. So if you want to get some skin in the game, you better get in on the ground floor because once it reaches the 10th floor, if you don't have an elevator or a helicopter to hover over and just jump into the 10th floor, it's not going to happen for you. You're going to regret it. Or it could still happen, but it's going to require a lot more resources and gray matter to catch up because you're going to have to catch up to the progress that's going to be happening. So can you guys see this? So let me hide this for a second. Camera's out. All right, so this is pretty much it. So this uh, advanced music training module is quite sophisticated for what it is, but then I had to hard code a lot of things myself because the eh, I was limited to what I could feed the AI coding assistant. With Windsurf and Cursor in the beginning, they you could not feed them images. You could feed them a link to articles and documents and stuff like that. So I did a lot of that and to try to implement the logic that is needed to have a realistic or true to um, music theory. A little bit of backstory as well, because the reason that I chose this as my first project, that's because um, I'm a music major because I went to college and I studied music and I studied film as a minor, useless really, but music was my first love, and so they say always do what you know. If you're a writer, write about what you know. So I got the idea to do this thing because music is what I knew. So let me do something with that. So then when it came down to get the logic together for the ear training module, the notes module, intervals, melodies, if you guys could see this, chords, chord progressions, scales, rhythm, the modes, cadences, key signatures, and songs. Songs is basically where you'd be able uh, to play songs and learn songs on the fly with kind of like Guitar Hero, that type of stuff, right? And you'd have quizzes as well. Snippets of songs would play. You have to guess what key it is in, what sort of cadence that's employed, what's the chord progression? Is it a 251 or 2651 or 27351? That type of stuff. So let's launch. So usually what happens is here when I hit a training, for instance, ear training, I hit that. So what's happening now? It's actually playing the the quiz for me. Once I start quiz, and then it asks me, okay, what I just played, what exactly did you hear? If I'm not sure, I do play again, because right now there's an issue with an issue with the MIDI device, because when it plays the exercise, the keys are supposed to light up. Now, since I don't know what it played, what it lit up, so I can do this because I don't have any feedback, right? So I can go here, and then it says it's a what degree of this note is the major in the major scale. Answer is a seventh. So it played a seventh. So if I hit this, so it says correct. If I hit a fourth, it'll say wrong. See, try again. Seventh, correct. And I could say next question, right? Then it'll ask, and I'll look here. It plays a seventh again. So there's again, next question. Play again. Next question. Right. It's a fifth, seventh. Seems to love the seventh. So this is the first degree. Boom. So that's pretty much the principle behind it. Okay, I know why. Because I had external MIDI selected. So let's use local MIDI. All right, cool. So let's start over. So ear training, start quiz. Right. If I say play again. All right, you guys see that? Play again. So if I look at that, that's a major seventh. Okay, that's a seventh. So I find the seventh, I click on it, then I know. But next question. Now it's supposed to play as well, so it's not playing. So dun, 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 dun. That's a perfect fourth, right? So that's that. And as you get better, right, you can do this. You can hide the keyboard. Of course, you're not going to have this. What you're seeing here is just for debugging purposes. In the development environment, but in real production, we would not have this reflected in the console because any tech savvy student can just open the console and then get all the answers. So the kid wouldn't be learning anything. You wouldn't be training your ear in the process. You would just be getting the answers from the log, from the um, from the web, from the console. Why am I drawing a blank right now? From the browser console. So that's just there for development purposes, right? So that wouldn't be there in production. So as you get good, right, you can say next question. Since now it's not, are you supposed to hear the notes play, and then you're supposed to recognize what the interval is. If I say play again, that's a third, right? So I got it. So so ear training is pretty much the goal here, to train your ears to recognize certain pitches without. So if I did it again, so from B flat to D, yeah, that's a major third. And that's pretty much it. So notes, start quiz. So you're supposed to guess. So of course now you could click here, it'll register the right answer, or you could click here as well. That's a D sharp. Yeah. So if I go D sharp, Boom, there you go. That's the right answer. If I go next question, right, play it again. That's a D. What is that? That's a D5. Okay, my voice is jacked right now. So, and of course, we have intervals. For intervals, you'll again. Right? Somewhere. Dun, dun. What is that? What do you guys think it is? That's it. It's perfect fifth. There you go. Of course, you can't hear the sound, so you don't know what. So you can work on melodies. It'll play a melody. This is cool. These are chords. So it'll play a series of chords for you, and then it'll populate the DOM right here with the exercises. Of course, now the chord logic is bugging, so it's not outputting anything. Nothing. That's pretty much dead. If we go progressions, I think progressions work. If I play a progression, it'll do. Boom, there you go. So it played it, but we can't hear it because the MIDI device is bugging. So play again. Yeah, it's supposed to play the chord progression here. So if I'm guessing 251, so I just guessed because I didn't hear anything. So it says that was the correct. If you hit the wrong one, it'll tell you try again, and you of course your point accumulates and your accuracy is accumulated here as well. So 251, 251, 251, 251. So that's pretty much that. Scales, you go through all the scales, rhythm, modes, cadences, key signatures, and so on. So this is pretty much the first thing that I vibe coded. Of course, once this will be behind the students, this will be populated on the student's dashboard. This will be the dashboard of the student. Once you log in, then your lessons would be here. So if I hit notes, it's supposed to launch. There you go. See? Let me refresh. Once the student logs in, if I select notes, boom, there you go. Notes is selected. So whatever level the student is at, whatever's here, that's all would be populated here. Those would be grayed out. If you were beginner, so that means you would be doing some ear training, some notes, and until you achieve 100%, then things get unlocked. Then you move on to intervals and melodies and stuff like that. And as you progress, you then we gamify the whole thing where you'd get badges. And um, there's a school that was interested in basically utilizing this system. I did a presentation for them. They were really interested, but now I got to finish it to see how far I can take it. So there would be two options. There would be an AI tutor that would literally just track your progress and then have a lesson path for you so you could progress and go from one module to the next, and you would not advance until you achieve success. Then you have a human teacher who would be there, uh, via video or in person, sitting there with you in the classroom with the software where you could go through the exercises. Because also remember, with this right here, I don't know if you can see this. So there's a toggle for local MIDI and external. If I toggle it, local and external, come on, see, it's bugging now. Let me refresh. Come on. It's local. All right, let's try this. I'm gonna kill the server. Unable to connect. Let's clear the terminal. Python app.py. It's all good, bro. Welcome back. I was just going over the first, um, the first app that I vibe coded, um, and I guess this is what you missed. Vibe coding was coined by Andre Karpathy. He's a co-founder of OpenAI and former AI leader at Tesla. He coined the phrase in February 2025, early this year, and I started vibe coding in November last year. So before it was called vibe coding, and I was using Windsurf, Cursor, then Klein, Ru Klein, that became Ru Code and stuff. Then uh, Copilot, a bunch of different things, and then of course to Augment, to Zen Coder, to Trey, to Zed, a bunch of things, right? Yeah, when Windsurf was the shiznit because they were training the AI, so they were really generous with the plan. So I vibe coded the shit out of the LLM. It was very frustrating, but I was able to achieve quite a bit with uh, the free plans that they had offered. And yeah, good times, the early days. So for some reason, my external MIDI decided to take a hiatus. So right now, it's not even doing anything. I'm trying to launch the external MIDI just to demonstrate something. So that's pretty much it, guys. So the I've been in OpenAI since 2020. I've been using OpenAI since 22 GPT to probably even yeah, definitely. No, I've been using those guys. Yeah, I guess I could even go as far back as not to one up you or anything. I think 2019 or so there were talks about because I don't know if you remember Google. What was it called? Collabs or Google Labs? Not Google Labs, but it's basically what was it called? Yeah, exactly. It wasn't even censored. You could do pretty much anything. Now it's just too. You yes, Google Collabs. Yeah, so a bunch of that stuff started experimenting in 2019, and then when OpenAI was announced, of course, I had to jump on it and see what's going on. But then when AI coding assistants were introduced, that was the holy grail. It was like, what? So we can do that? That's crazy. So we got just sleepless nights. I'm sure you went through the same cycle as well, right? Yeah, I think it's still there, but it's deprecated. You can still run some stuff off of it, but it was yeah, yeah. That was good times, man. Google collabs and even when they started doing image generation, video, image to video, which was really janky. Things morphing into one another, and experimented with that, generating art. Of course, the NFT craze. Yeah, I know. Hey, same here, man. It's just I guess yeah. If you want to, if you want to learn something, you got to be obsessed about it, right? And yeah, it was. I was obsessed, still obsessed about a lot of things, and of course, quality of life is has to be. Sometimes you got to know when to pull the plug and say, "All right, cool. I need to sleep for 12 hours." You know, but then when you have to pull a 15-hour, and it's not even work, it's not forced, it's something you enjoy, something you want to do, so you immerse yourself in what you love, what you enjoy. No one's holding a gun to your head and say, hey, you got to do this. It's one of those things, you love it, and unconditionally, right? My first app was made last year, and I finally published it this year. I have an update for it, but I haven't had time to even release it. The update now is being released. Just need to just need the update. Yeah, man. I mean, that's the cycle, right? To have an idea, to transfer it from your head to either paper or pixels, whether you use a notepad or pen and paper. Once that's done, then it's now to actualize it, to because ideas are cheap, ideas are a dime a dozen. It's the execution. Once you execute it and then you follow through, that's amazing. It's an amazing feeling. Something that started in your head, now it's a piece of software, although it's not something you can. No, it's not an Apple, or it's not a phone or a car. There's nothing physical about it, but it's as soft assets are sometimes even more valuable than hard assets, because you can push updates uh, real easy, as opposed to if you were a car manufacturer and you have to recall things, and it's an astronomical feat, and you lose a lot of resources, and human capital and monetary capital as well. So but software is it's a great way to build wealth in the 21st century. Just need to update it to the Google Play. Yeah, because I remember trying. It's the same one I tried, right? It's the same software that I had that I tested the beta. Or was it an alpha at the time? It's updated. Just need to update my store page with the update. Yeah, just yeah, do it. And it's a freemium, right? It's completely free. Your app, if I'm not mistaken. There's no paywall or anything. Oh, Unreal Engine for sure. Yeah, that's there was no other way, because it's probably the best thing uh, you could use out there to get realistic shadows and shadings and stuff like that. And of course, it's when I had my game company. This it was early in the game. Now it's way more advanced when it comes to shadings and real life. Rendering is leaps and bounds ahead of what was available. So yeah, definitely Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine, yeah, of course. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, from what I remember, it's pretty straightforward, and you could again you could import your key bindings, and it's pretty straightforward. I mean, I would go with Real Engine. Yeah, I actually I tried um, um, I tried Unity as well. I don't quite remember what happened. Why we decided on Unity on I mean on Unreal Engine. So there you go. So Unreal Engine, Windows, Linux, and Mac. So you could run it on all three platforms. But I think yeah, on Unreal also there were a lot more assets available for it. That was another reason as well. Unreal, when we used it, it was sort of like the same scheme that Unity used. You can develop for free, and then once you release the app, you don't pay. I think for the first 25,000 users or so, something like that. Then you get a commercial license. Then you start paying into the system, so you can start developing with it right away. You don't need, yeah. Oh yeah, there it is. So game developers royalties apply after $1 million gross product revenue. That's what it was. Yes. So you don't actually pay anything after you release the game, and $1 million plus you start paying royalties to Unreal Engine. But before $1 million, you don't pay anything. Yeah, it's which is pretty sweet because I mean you're still gonna have to spend some money because you still have to buy assets, you still have to do things. But when I was doing my game in Unreal Engine, it still cost me a lot of money because even though because they're pretty smart by doing that, you know what I mean. Even though the platform, the software is free, you still had to buy assets. For instance, for my game, which was a boxing game, but it's not your typical boxing game. It was a Muay Thai. If you know UFC, so it's Thai boxing, so it's called Muay Thai. It was a Muay Thai game. So Muay Thai, the way that the player stands, the way it's a different feel. So you're able to punch, right? You're able to elbow. You're able to knee your opponent, and you're able to kick. So it's called the art of eight limb fighting. So 2, 4, 6, and 8. So fist, elbows, knees, and feet. So 8 points of contact. So what I had to do is basically I had to rent a mocap studio. So I hired um, two top fighters to put the suit on them and everything with the little balls. We had an array of 25 cameras, so we capture first of all the T pose, and then T pose before every action, and then the stance where you know then they do the Y crew where they do the little dance, to honor their crew, their master, and their ancestors. The spirit warrior, the fighting, warrior. Um, Then we basically catalog all the moves, whether it's a jab, cross, hook, both sides, uppercut, and we do those in both orthodox and southpaw. And so we build a catalog of all these, um, these VBH file, which is basically just the skeleton. Where now you gotta once you have the skeleton, you can rig them, and then you worked on the logic for the animation and stuff like that, and then you get it done. So I had still had to spend on a studio and a mocap studio, and that shit was expensive back then. So an array of 25 cameras that capture every angle. You know what I mean? Then to clean up the files to make sure everything was kosher. Uh, then to build the world, build the arenas, the sets, the crowd. There's just so much involved. The soundtrack, the every single thing, the announcer, every single thing that you got to build that. And we didn't have AI because now with AI it'll be a lot easier to do all these things. So it ended up costing a lot of money, even though the software is free, but you still have to pay to build your assets, to build your game. This is why they give you a grace period. So uh, after $1 million, you make 1 million, you don't pay anything. 1 million and one, then you start paying royalties, which is really cool. Yeah, good freaking idea, man. Yeah, check it out. Really, it's you won't regret it. Yeah, tons of resources out there as well. I mean, look at that. Yeah, it's freaking awesome, man. Just dive in. Just you're gonna go down the rabbit hole. It's a lot of resources out there. Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, yeah, good idea. And in fact, it's probably one of the best ways to dive into a new tool is as you learn you build. You know, you learn by doing because I mean, you know, you could sit on YouTube, watch a bunch of tutorials, but you're not really gonna learn the ins and outs of it. You're still gonna have to watch a bunch of tutorials, but as you watch the tutorials, or you use Chat GPT for for certain to get some answers, it's still gonna be a great boost to your learning curve by actually building in the process. You know, build as you learn. It's the best way to retain knowledge gained. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing your zombie game. Do you have a name for it yet? Cool. Yeah. Are you gonna build it live, or are you gonna stream it, or are you just gonna do it in private? It'd be fun to see it live, though. Okay, cool. Yeah, yeah. Call of Duty is an OG of the that type of stuff. You know, Call of Duty. Oh my God. Remember what about Quake? Remember Quake? You ever played Quake? Quake Arena, Quake 2, Quake 3. Yeah, cool. Yeah, you should try that. Let's just have some fun with it. And in fact, build in public is I think it's very refreshing. Because even though a lot of people are afraid, well, people are going to steal my idea, but I guarantee you, even if you give a lot of people the blueprint, you say, here, this is from A to Z, this is what you need to do. 99.9% of people are not going to do anything. They're just going to sit on it. So there's no, you know, and even if one or two people steal the idea or borrow the idea or extrapolate from it, right, there's enough room for everybody. So you can't hoard your ideas. Ideas are for everybody to exploit. The key's in the execution anyway. So yeah, right. Yeah, good. It's almost like a proof of concept and like a practice piece, right? And yeah, see how it turns out. Oh, definitely. Just do it. I'm all for it. Just build, my friend. Yeah, the more you build, the better. Wait, you've installed it? Dude, you're fast. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, yeah, I like that. You've installed Unreal Engine. Yo, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, do that shit, man. There's no time to procrastinate. Sit around and you know watch TikTok videos. Do it. Be right back, guys. I'm still here though. I'll be right back.
Voices scream, tearing seams, no place left to hide. Click, click, clatter, walls collapse, building up just to see it fall. Pattern shattered, now I'm torn, order crumbles into storm. Click, click, clatter, walls collapse, building up just to see it fall. Pattern shattered, now I'm torn, order crumbles into storm. Click, click, clatter, walls collapse, building up just to see it fall. Pattern shattered, now I'm torn, order crumbles into storm. Into storm.
And we're back. All right, what's going on? If you can hear me, give me a one in the chat. It's not a lot of engagement. It's not a lot of engagement out here. As quiet as church mice. So I had to go make a fresh batch of my favorite snack. Boom, y'all want some? Check this out. Got some fresh popcorn with some Himalayan pink salt. That's how we roll. All right. Fresh batch. Down the hatch.
In the crowded room, I sway alone. Your voice, a ghost on my old flip phone. I spin around
We're here, fellas. If you have any questions,
jazz notes play, but
fire away.
city lights
I think I'll keep it short today. I'm probably going to be here for another hour or so.
your hair, fake smile.
We've been live for 2 hours and 37 minutes. So in fact, let me try to make it 3 hour session, maybe 4 hours, cutting in half because I've been doing some 8 hour sessions lately. So we're cutting in half. Do 4 hours. So don't be shy, guys. Come on. You have any questions? Fire away. I'm here. Let's talk about it. Vibe coding, startup, AI, whatever. Music. Since we got the music app up, let's talk.
When you're not around, I lose my beat, swinging solo on these empty streets. Your shadow's gone, it leaves a hole, no rhythm in my restless soul. When you're not around, I lose my beat, swinging solo on these empty streets. Your shadow's gone, it leaves a hole, no rhythm in my restless soul. Coffee's cold, don't taste the same without your laugh calling my name. Record spins to a broken heart. Our duet is now a solo part. I keep on dancing though I'm blue. Pretend the band is feeling you. False bravado in my step. Every note a vague silhouette.
Let's take a look at the damn code. We're here. There seems to be a browser permission issue. So now it says access denied. 127. Let's remove that. Save changes. They might ask for permission again. Static piano. All right, let's check it out. All right, if this triggers, you'll see the keys light up. That's still local MIDI. MIDI access denied. There's external MIDI access denied. I can't seem to be able to reset the permissions. And I don't want to reset the whole browser, so I need to figure this out. Local MIDI works. External MIDI, which is IAC, which is supposed to trigger this guy right here. If you guys can see that, was supposed to trigger my sound bank, a Rolly. It is not receiving. And audio and MIDI settings. Oh, that could have been the issue. They were disabled. But I don't think so. That has nothing to do with the browser. All right, let's try again. See if this shows up. Refresh. Let's go. Nah, access denied. I didn't think so. Bus 1 and bus 2. All right, cool. So let's try. Let's try this just for shits and giggles. Now we're switching back to the next Next.js implementation. Let's see if we have the same issue, because I was having the same issue earlier. with the IAC drivers. So npm run dev. Let's go. Port 3000. Let's follow the link. Cool. So let's go virtual piano. External. There you go. No devices. No sound. Let's go to quiz. Start quiz. Show piano. It's an E. This doesn't work. That's a G. Still no devices. That's the true nature of vibe coding, guys. Sometimes you got to take the L. So I think for this one, I want to take an L. So it's a big L. So the first version, which is this, there's major issues with it with Python, and the latest iteration with Next.js, same issues when it comes to dealing with uh, routing, routing of MIDI and audio and all sorts of permissions and stuff like that. It's quite complicated. And to throw that into the mix, then you have all this shit to deal with, all the theory. So I had to build the courses from. I used a couple of knowledge bases to get the AI going, but for a lot of things, I had to basically correct it and say, no, that's wrong. This is the proper thing. So I had to guide it. So so this is pretty much what the student portal would have looked like. It's a dashboard, lessons. So here the student would see his or her progress. All right. So here we are. This would be students' lesson cards. So review lesson, continue if you hadn't completed that. Of course, uh, these are placeholders. Then we have progress. There we go. So all the metrics here. So which is very encouraging for a student to see this. So at a glance, you see what are your strengths and your weaknesses. So node identification 85%, interval recognition 70%, scale identification 65%, chord recognition 60%, ear training 55%, circular fifths 80%. Right, modes of course would be able to. This would be clickable, so you could basically sort by from ascending or descending, from high to low or low to high, or by category, or by progress. So at a glance, this will be recent results. In fact, this should be here. We should swap places. At a glance, so overall progress, weekly activities. So again, this is where we would gamify this whole thing. There'll probably be another card for your trophies, or it could be here as well for your and the leaderboard, of course. So this is your learning path where you'd be able to track. And again, with the help of the AI tutor, this would be this would be great. It will measure all your successes and failures, and then and adjust the path accordingly. So if you were to reach up to scales and then certain intervals, you're still kind of iffy. So it would literally incorporate some intervals in this particular um, and this particular what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, Section. All right, and then of course this there's still room to grow. Right, from advanced theory to well, sky is the limit. We could continue on forever. And yeah, so quizzes that would launch the quiz your quizzes. Practice piano. It would launch this piano so you could practice whether it's chord progressions or. And then this is here. This is pretty cool. So if you're on your laptop, you can still use your QWERTY keyboard to play the notes. For instance, here, as you see, as I press my keys, you see the keys light up. There we go. Do, 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 do. Right. And again, tools, quizzes, ear training. Boom. This is where you'd be. Play interval. Yeah, that's a major second. I know that. It's gonna play the next thing. So this is a minor second. Boom. It'll continue. So you could have also chord recognition. Play a chord. So that's an A major. Oh, sorry, augmented. Yeah. As I said, that was the upper chord. The upper note was augmented. Play a chord. G minor. Yeah, there you go. So that's that. And then, of course, you have the AI tutor. AI tutor, which is pretty cool. So we could chat. So I could say, about, tell me about modal scales. Boom. So a scale is a sequence of notes arranged by pitch. The most common scale in Western music are the major and minor scales. The major scale follows the pattern of a whole and half step. So whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. Modes are variants of scales that starts from different degrees. For example, the Dorian mode starts on the second degree of the major scale, which would like the mean explained this, which would be the D. So it's the same pattern: whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. Instead of starting on the C, you start on the D, so you got a different flavor because a D major scale would not follow the same pattern. But because you take the pattern from the C major, you move it up. So um, you have your modes, so you have different flavors. So what are the modes, if you don't mind me asking? What are the modes? There you go. So you can ask. Okay, I don't think. Okay, these are placeholders, by the way. So some questions it can answer, but some questions it will not be able to answer. Let me try. Tell me the modes names. Yeah, so pretty much, again, the AI would be trained with the knowledge base so it could answer any and every question related um, to modes. So, so just to illustrate, what are the modes in music? So there you go. So the modes in music are types of scales that start on different notes with a parent scale, each creating a unique sound and character. The seven main modes are Ionian, which is the C major, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. The same pattern, you move it up to D, it's a Dorian. You move it up to E, it's Phrygian. F, Lydian. G, Mixolydian. A, Aeolian. B, Locrian. And then it starts over again to Ionian. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Right? So these are the modes. Um, very often used mode is the Dorian mode. Carlos Santana uses the Dorian mode a lot in his music, so that's that type of sound. That's that flavor, right? That's the Dorian flavor. Um, D'Angelo, Angie Stone, neo soul music use a lot of Dorian modes in their music. So that's Dorian. So that's the tutor. Yeah, and of course, and the AI tutor can have your personalized lessons. All right, chord triads, interval training. So this is where all the lessons the AI would prepare for you according to your level. They'll reside right here. You have all lessons ready to start, in progress, and you completed lessons. And you always have an option to review. Or if you haven't completed yet, you continue or start. Right? Performance feedback. Again, that's the dashboard. This is where you see all your metrics, all your analytics, and it even tell you what's your percentage of improvement from previous sessions. Activity, um, 24 quizzes completed. Practice time 18 hours and 45 minutes. So every time you start a practice session, the clock starts running. It clocks your habits as well. And that's that. Performance and feedback. And let's get out of here. I was a student dashboard. Now you have the teacher's dashboard. This is for the human teacher. Again, same thing. Assignments, recent students. So you have all your students listed here. You can view all students on a single page as well. Quick actions. You can create assignments, manage students, browse quizzes, and or open the piano in a session. So students needing help that you need to pay attention to if they're lagging behind or they're not progressing as charted, as expected. So they show up here and with the level of urgency on top. Of course, red, yellow. Then, of course, if it's green, then it doesn't need to appear here. That means they're doing fine. All right. So teaching resources, lesson plan templates, quiz creation guide, music theory, teaching tips, student progress assessment guide, class performance. If you do group teaching, Average 76% up, 5% from last month. Again, everything's tracked. Node identification, 85%. Interval recognition, chord progression, 65%. Student engagement, boom. And then you got the days of the week. So you track your activity. So upcoming assignments also here. And of course, assignments. There you go. So you keep track of all your assignments. So you stay on top of things. Active, completed. Students. This is where you monitor all your students. Your students, top performers. Again, right? Need attention. Quizzes. Again, they'll appear here. Piano. It's the same piano that everybody uses. And again, here, even the teacher can access the AI tutor to assist in certain things, create lesson plans and personalized lessons for a particular student that's either lagging behind or whatnot. So everybody has access to the AI tutor. Alrighty, and where we at? Let's get back up. All right, so the AI tutor, the admin dashboard. This is the general admin that will basically manage the whole system. So overview, um, a number of students, and it tracks upward trend or downward trends, and all sorts of metrics. Recent activity, system status, again, database, API, authentication, operational, audio engine, partial outage. It's funny because the audio engine is bugging right now, so it's actually it's already tracking, kinda. And of course, there's going to be the AI, the LLM training, monitoring here as well to train the LLM and to report here. So again, users, everything will be here. Analytics, settings, and all that good stuff. All right. So this is pretty much MQuiz in a nutshell. Which should I take the L or should I give it one more try? Should I try to fix this keyboard issue or basically just trash the keyboard altogether and re-implement a better keyboard that's better at error handling and better at managing multiple MIDI uh, selections so I could use local MIDI and external devices. Ooh, yeah, pardon me. A little bit of coughing over here. Dry. Gotta stay hydrated. Here. Mm. So, what do you guys think? The quiet guys on the stream. What should I do? Should I take the L and trash it, or should I continue? Should I continue with the implementation, trash the keyboard, and rebuild a new keyboard that would handle MIDI better, local and external, and audio a lot better? What do you guys think? So, should I take the L? Should I continue? One, to take the L, 2 to continue. Come on, put it in the chat, guys. Give me a little bit of engagement. Let's go, guys. And give me a like while you're at it. Smash the like button. Should I take the L? Put a 1 in the chat. Should I continue? Put a 2 in the chat. Okay. Boom. Who else? Okay, that's an L. Cool. No, you can't vote twice, bro. Come on. Who else? Should I take the L? That's the 2 for an L. No, I'm kidding, bro. 1 for an L, 2 to continue. So you're saying I should continue? I got you. Who else? 1 before I confuse myself. 1 to continue. One, take the L. 2, continue. Where are my likes, fellas? Give me a like. Right, so that's you all saw that. That's the ear training module, which is pretty cool. Chord progression, interval recognition. So of course there'll be more options as you progress. Yeah, so that's the tritone. That's a major second. Minor second. Minor third. So who can guess what this is? Can you all guess? What interval is this? Is it a major sixth, a minor second, a minor seventh, or an octave? What is it? Take a guess. Is it a major sixth, minor second, octave, or a minor seventh? That's an E to a C sharp. From E to C sharp. Come on, take a guess, guys. It's pretty easy. Just count. E, F, G, A, B, C. How many degrees is that? E, F, G, A, B, C. And it's a C sharp. Take a guess. It's a major sixth. What about this? It's a minor sixth, minor second, minor third, or major third. What do you think this is? Minor second. This is from a B to C sharp. What do we have? Is it a major second, major third, or a minor third? What do you think it is? From B to C sharp. Take a guess. Take a wild guess. B, C. How many degrees is that? Deuces. Major second. So that's that. That's the ear training module. You already saw that. I think that's pretty much the grand tour. So, I guess I had one vote. You guys really don't want to participate. You just want to be a fly on the wall. Let me start a poll. Maybe that'll be easier. Should I continue with this dev? Yes or no? All right. Since y'all don't want to participate in the chat, here's a poll. So cast your votes, guys. Yes or no? Because I think it'll be pretty cool if you want to learn about music theory and have fun in the process and have an AI tutor as well as a human teacher or both. I think it'll be pretty cool. So the poll is up. Yay or nay? I don't want to be rude, just chewing popcorn. Let me mute the mic for a second. I'm here. You guys have any questions? Cast your votes. Yes or no? Should I continue or should I trash it? Yo, yo, what up? What up? You're back. Yeah, I was contemplating whether I should trash these freaking projects or continue. So I'm good. I'm good. How you doing, bro? Yeah, there you are again with your skull, skull and bones. Yeah, that's your hacker sign, right? You're about to hack somebody with the skull head, right? Yeah, we are anonymous. Yo. So anyway, this app here, is giving me headaches. Yeah, it's giving me headaches. So I was contemplating whether I should trash the freaking app or basically continue or trash it. So what do you think? Mm-mm-mm. See the app as yeah. Well, that's not really the point. The point is well, you kind of just join the stream. Let me explain it to you in a second. But in the meantime, guys, hit me up on X. Okay, we just launched the X account, so check it out. Give me a follow, share the link and stuff. So my guy. So here's the situation, right? So what's happening here is this particular implementation, right? Let me switch here. All right, so this is the first app that I coded last year in November. That I vibe coded even before it was called vibe coding. So this is pretty much with windsurf and cursor. So I went back and forth between windsurf because I was trying them out. Yeah, just gotten popular. So I started using windsurf and then the cursor, back to windsurf, back to cursor, and then VS Code, Klein, rule code, and all that type of stuff. So this was done in Python. So remember, we had no way to feed the AI coding assistant any images, any references. So this was just pure freaking hell. Just to use Shad CN, Tailwind CSS, to use glass morphism, a little bit of drop shadow to make this what it is, right? But then it got so complicated and it was hard to maintain. So then I decided to revamp it to start with this concept, right? So now this is the new iteration where there's a virtual piano, but now it's giving me problems because it won't really see. Now it freaking works. It wasn't freaking working before. Now it actually works. But then this doesn't work. This is supposed to trigger an external MIDI device that is not working. So there's an issue here. And of course, yeah, what do you know? Keyboard freaking works. So this is the new implementation. All right, student dashboard. Of course, there's going to be a dark mode as well. Teacher dashboard to follow along. Tutor, AI tutor, so you can chat. You can chat with it. Du- 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 du. Admin dashboard. So this will be the one I'm going to continue developing. This is a lot more modern, a lot more, you know, light, responsive. So it could be, well, of course, it'd be a web portal and an iOS and an Android app. Next.js and Expo SDK 53, the latest. So that's pretty much what we're talking about. So yeah, so cast your vote. See, so far it's 100% yes. So don't be shy. So 2 votes voted yes, and we got 6 people watching at the moment, and I'm still at 2 likes. Not cool, guys. Meanwhile, let me snack on some popcorn. I'm still here. You got questions? Fire away. PC theme creator, welcome to the chat, baby. Welcome to the chat. All right, boys, let's take a look at the project file. So, what's the name of the project? M Quiz. It's a music quiz. It's an advanced music theory quiz application. So, this is the synopsis. M Quiz is a comprehensive music theory learning platform designed to help students master, excuse me. All right, so MQuiz is a comprehensive music theory learning platform designed to help students master music theory concepts through interactive quizzes, ear training exercises, and real time feedback. The application features a virtual piano keyboard, media integration, and a variety of quiz types to enhance the learning experience. What's missing here in this brief is basically is AI assisted as well. So that has to be updated to include the AI component, the AI tutor that's going to be integrated into the system, right? So what are the features? So we got quiz types. Now, again, this is the sort of like the entry point, right? Of course, as we grow, we'll um, include more quiz types, more advanced quiz types. So note identification. So learn to identify notes on the staff and keyboard. Interval recognition. Train your ear to recognize musical intervals, like I showed you earlier. So from C to E, that's a major third. From C to E flat, that's a minor third. C to D, that's a major second. C to D flat, that's a minor second. C to C sharp is not a minor second. It's an augmented first, augmented one, because C to C is still 1 degree. C to D, 2 degrees. C to E, that's 3 degrees. So it's a third. All right. So all that. So that's called enharmonics. So we have to observe these conventions as well. Scale identification. The student will learn major, minor, and modal scales and everything in between. Yeah. Exotic scales, for instance, Indian scales or Arabic scales and Greek scales, all that type of stuff. Chord recognition, so identify chord types, inversions, and extensions. Right. So those of you who know a little bit about music, you know what that means. Chord types, major, minor, augmented, diminished, that type of stuff. And extensions, whether it's -7 flat five or uh, -7, sharp 9 13. All right. That's chord recognition. So ear training, develop your relative pitch through targeted exercises. So it could be anything from identifying notes to identifying intervals and chord structures, chord colors, and classifications. Modes. Learn the characteristic sounds of different modal scales. Okay. Cadences. Understand harmonic progressions and resolutions. So that's pretty much that for the core of the application. Huh? So if any of you have studied music or you know a little bit of if any of you have studied music, you know a little bit about music theory. So this is pretty much a good base to get you started or um, to polish your skills, right? So here we have interactive piano keyboard. It's a 49 key virtual piano keyboard. That's 4 octaves. I believe we did it from C2 to C6. It's 4 octaves. MIDI device integration, toggle between local and external MIDI. That's what's giving us problems. This thing right here. Computer keyboard support for playing notes. So again, It's also possible to, because we implement where you could use your QWERTY, ASD, ZXCV, those keys to play as if you were playing a real keyboard. So you could use your laptop or desktop keyboard keys to play notes, to trigger notes. So which is pretty cool. Um, Volume control and octave adjustment. That means here, we're not gonna go back there. So you can shift. You can shift the octaves. Let's say right now we're from C2 to C6. You can go from C1 to C5 or C3 to C7. You see, so we can shift the what you see on the keyboard without having to have a massive keyboard. So you could still play the middle C, the C4, but once you shift one over, then it'll become C3. If you shift it the other way, it'll become C5. It's the same C5, C6, etc., etc. So, and you could do it however you want. All right. So, that's volume control adjustment. You have the visual feedback for correct, incorrect answers. That means the keys light up when you have a correct answer. It lights up green or red. Depending if it's right, it's green. If you got the wrong answer, it lights up red. Or you also have a toast that shows up that shows you try again or correct, and you get a point. So that is that. And then we have the learning features. So score tracking and performance statistics, which will be reflected onto your dashboard as a student. And your professor, your teacher will be able to track your progress as well. So immediate feedback and quiz answers, that goes without saying. Progress tracking across different quiz types. Student dashboard with learning path. Responsive design and desk for desktop and mobile devices. Cool. So far so good. You guys have any questions? Nah, probably not. Let's continue. So we got the tech stack. All right. So the front end we got Next.js. I got to change because 14.14 is old already. It's deprecated. So we got to update that. We got React, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS. For the backend, we got Next.js, API routes, Prisma, right? With Prisma. The database, we got Postgres SQL. Authentication, we got NextAuth.js. Deployment, I put Vercel, but I'm not quite sure if that's going to be Vercel or not. It might be Supabase. Audio, we got Web Audio API and Tone.js. Okay, testing environment, Jest with React testing library. So that's pretty much where we are. Then of course we got the project structure, which is pretty cool. So we got the app structure with the auth, and within that we have, because it's got to follow the auth. If you authenticated, then you drop to, according to your role, you drop to the right dashboard. This is pretty standard, and following the auth, then you got admin, which is to manage the whole system. Then of course all the quizzes will be behind auth. You can't just navigate to the site and start taking quizzes. Then you have a student um, dashboard, student lessons in progress. You have teachers, AI tutor. So here's a stack right here. So admin, student, teacher, and AI tutor. Then you have our reusable components. We should have more reusable components than that. So you have the piano, which again it's the same piano that's used all across, whether it's the AI tutor, the human tutor, or the student. It's the same piano that's pushed everywhere. So it's not. So we maintain a clean code, so we don't have to have duplicate codes pushing different pianos. So it's the same piano. Quiz cards, same thing. It's the same quizzes, right? Payment modal for the paywall, of course, and the sidebar uh, component, which is going to be populated according to your role. So if you're a tutor, well, you see things related to a tutor. If you're a student, you see things related to a student, to your particular account. Then we have a library folder. You have Prisma, Auth, blah blah blah, the schema for the database, and then we got the global CSS. Yeah. So and then from here is basically installation. This is for the Git repository. How to clone the repository, how to install it. I don't know why they keep putting yarn. We don't really use yarn or PNP, but anyway, leave it there. It's npm install. Then you are good to go. So there, your environment, you set up your environment, your database URL, your auth secret, your all that type of stuff, and you initialize your database. And this is how you run the applications: the npm run dev or yarn or pnpn dev, whatever you use. And then here you navigate to your local URL to see the application as you develop. Yeah, so again, a bit of usage, how to use the app, learning path, all that type of stuff. And then we continue. This is the live document. So as we advance into the development cycle, we keep it updated. So this is pretty much it, guys. So I'm probably gonna be here another. What is we've been on for 3 hours and 44 minutes, so another 15, 16 minutes. So yeah, if you have any questions, shoot away. If not, I'm just gonna be sitting here enjoying my popcorn. In the meantime, do me a favor, drop a like. We only have 2 likes, and right now we have seven viewers, 6 viewers. So drop a like, and if you have any questions, and also the poll is still up, guys. Should I trash the project or should I continue? What do you guys think? Is this something that you would use if you're a musician or if you're interested in learning music theory? AI assisted or human assisted. So, and it's pretty fun. So it's going to be gamified as well, where you can earn badges and points and certain stuff. So I'm here. If you have any questions, ask away. In the meantime, Twitter is up. Also hit the Discord server. Let me put the QR code up. Hit the Discord. Hit me up on Twitter. Uh, Subscribe to the channel and all that good stuff. All right, I'm here. I know it kind of sucks, but I think probably probably the next version will support that. In fact, I'm probably gonna just send them a message, something, and ask them directly what's going on because it's very necessary. I think now with version 53, it just upgraded to version 53. So probably version 54, 55. I would hope that version 54 would introduce live streaming through Expo. Fingers crossed. Well, all right, vibe coders. The stream's coming to a close. Thank you for tuning in. And let's check out the poll. 2 votes. Yeah, I'll take it. 2 votes says yes. So yes, it is. So I'm going to continue developing it. So we've got a couple of minutes to go. So what I'd like to say is the plan when I started this journey in November last year is to do about 100 live streams and then transition to a new format. So and we've surpassed that because it was either 100 live streams and 20 projects for my startup. So 20 projects in different stages of development. So right now I'm up to 16, including this guy right here, including M Quiz, which was the spark that started this whole journey. So it's a special project. Even though, I contemplated getting rid of it or trash it. Yeah, it holds a very special place in my heart because that's the very first project that I vibe coded, even before vibe code became a thing. So the journey continues. So there's a lot more things coming up. The new show format is going to be unveiled, where I'll talk about the journey from November last year up until now. That'll be 6 months. In the cycle. So it's yeah, it's been very interesting. It's been very enlightening and a lot of fun and quite a bit of frustration as well. But hey, it's all part of the game, right? So once again, I'm going to say thank you for tuning in. And if you haven't done so, drop a like because I'm on my way out right now. So once again, thanks for those who voted. So it is a, let me end the poll right now. So it is a yes to continue the project. I don't know at what stage I'm gonna hit it back, but it's definitely back on the roster. So right now, 6 projects, and I got 4 more to go to reach my 20 project goal, and then we'll transition to front-facing camera, and where we talk about AI and the journey, and building a startup from the ground up, a one-man band, and of course, I'll be looking for a couple of co-founders to build, things to production production level because it's a must. So once again, thank you for tuning in, dudes and dudettes, and ladies and gents, and yeah. So we are good. Thanks a lot, guys. Until tomorrow, we'll be back tomorrow, probably around midnight or 1 a.m. So in the meantime, follow us, join the Discord. The link's in the description. If it has expired, my bad. The QR code is on screen right now. X is live. So at Indio AI, that's the X handle. Subscribe to the channel, like the video, and share. And that's pretty much it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.